Hello. Oh shit. Oh shit. My model. Oh no. Hold on. Where the frick? No. Oh, my iPhone updated. God damn it. Don't share. I don't know. Please. Oh my god. Apple is ridiculous. 1 second. My mic is like way far away. Come on, phone. I'm streaming here. What do you mean get started? Okay. We're going to go catch bugs. Bugs. Whee! Oh man, come on. I should be able to glide over water. No, I'm gonna get stuck again. Okay. We're almost there. We're almost there. I'm not gonna. Wait. Transfer position. Where are we going now? Butterfly. Woo! Hello, Zilla. The emo is crazy. Oh, I got an. I'm good. How are you? I'm just having a grand old time catching bugs. Yeah. Do you hope it's a big storm, or do you hope it's not as bad as they say it's gonna be? You hope it's a big storm? Yeah. I just hope you guys don't lose power. That's all I'm worried about. It would suck to lose power and freeze. No. Yeah, exactly. Just not big enough to take down, like, power lines. Arctic! Oh no, Nezuko's running into the thighs. Hello, Arctic. Wee! I am here, just in and out of lurking, cleaning the kitchen, and my cat is watching. Kitty! What's your kitty's name? Tell me your cat's name right now. And give them under the chin scritches. I have to go check if there's a black cat in the shop. The one watching stream right now is Hestia the Tux, and Astra the other kitty is hiding asleep somewhere in the bedroom. No, these are not black. Oh my. You're so cute, but you're not what I want. Oh my god, look at this kitty. Look at it. Is there a limit to how? Yeah, you can only have one dog and one cat. So I'm waiting until I get the perfect kitty. Very unfortunate. I just want my Gigi. Lame. Yeah, it is lame. I gotta get Gigi. It's the only option. They're building like an ice rink over here. Look! It's a whole ice rink. Hello. I've been thinking of it because it looks fun. Oh? I downloaded this game. I'm planning on trying it out. Let's be friends. It's a very slow-paced game. Like, you can't... Oh, I want to go on the ice rink. Lame. There's a meteor shower. I realize you're streaming. Yeah, I am. Hi, Ambi. There's a meteor event tonight, so you guys should, like, get on the game now. I literally have like a whole graph of what's the meteor event. Hold on. You can mine like special ore, special meteors, and they appear They appear like in a line, like that. And I think you get special rewards and furniture for it. Honestly, I haven't not looked up all that you can get from the meteor event. But it says right here on... I can't. It says here... yeah, right here. I wish I could switch it to, like, a different time. I can't read this time. Time difference. Heartopia. Oh, it's an hour behind? Or, I don't know. I'm confused. I'm gonna level up my thing. Yay, I've been waiting to get these pillars. Not pillars, they're like lining. What time is it? For me, it's 2. The event's probably at like 7, 6 in real time. Ooh, what'd I get? Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, so it won't be for a while. Zilla, thank you for the bits. I lurk while playing. Okay. Okay, I'll see you around town. Huh? Where you wanna go? Wait, I need... Oh my gosh, a hype train? What the heck? Arctic, thank you for subscribing. Enjoy your emotes. Oh my god. Thank you so much. I just finished cleaning, gotta wait for my water to get cold so I can mix my creatine drink. And then I'll hop on starting this game. Nice. Another one joins. Technically, you only need to hit these trees 1 time because you only get 1 fruit from them. The rest is wood. So if you're ever like grinding for materials. Whoa! What okay, what happened? I don't know what happened. Mandarin. Wait, do I only get 1? Do I only get 1 blueberry? I do. Present. Also, I didn't realize this before, but if you hold down on the map, like an area you want to go to, so like this is where you get black truffles. So I hold down, you can put a freaking custom marker there. Crazy. And then you can name it truffles. So now I can go get my truffles that I am hoarding. Oh, I want this present. Curse Companion just had a big update adding an endless mode, which is pretty neat. Wait, wasn't there already an endless mode? I swear there was. That's really funny because I just uninstalled that game. Oops. Oopsie. Oh, this person has flowers. Thank you for the hype train again. Oh, orange kitty. Mushroom, mushroom, mushroom. No fair, I've been meaning to just holding on to it in case we went back. Oh yeah. I'm sure we will eventually. Eventually. Ah. In this upcoming event, you could get frostbite. And you get like an exclusive orange skin. Orange skin? Blue skin is what I meant to say. I meant to say blue, not orange. That's not right. Give, give, give. Truffles. To be fair, I hold on to games for a long time. I still have Black Ops 2 installed. Oh my gosh. But why? You can just reinstall them. Plus, you have good internet now, so it wouldn't take that long to re-download a game. Is that all the truffles? Okay. Internet issues, but I guess I just haven't broken the habit yet. Yeah. This is so cute! This is so cute! Oh, I love this! That is a really cute little design. Oh. Wow, they have so much stuff. Oh, wow. Their pool. I was gonna do a pool too. Oh, look at that. Oh my god, they have a little bar. Oh my god, look at that. Oh my god, they have a little espresso machine. How did they get that? That's so cute. A puppy. Onyx. Hello, puppy. Puppy. I'm petting inside your neck. Oh, doggy doesn't like my pets. Oh my god, this is so... Look at Jasper! Kitty's starving? Dude, feed your cat. Oh my god, that's so cute. I really love this. My house is so lame compared to that. Oh, let me weed their plants. It's very loud. Yeah. I still gotta wait for that to refresh. Oops. I gotta interact with a friend for 7 days. Oh. So the starting food you want to craft for money is jam. And after jam, I think you unlock a recipe for pie. Well, once you have wheat, you can make pie, truffle pie. And then once you level up your cooking more, you can unlock truffle pasta. And that's what you sell. I've made lots of money from that method. Also, I want to do like this cooking thing where me and a friend, one turns down the heat and I load the ovens. And then we just do that back and forth until we have a bunch of food, and then we could just sell it all. You started playing Peas? I thought I saw you today. I literally thought I saw you because I saw someone named Naughty. I was like, is this Peas? Is this Peas? What the? That was really funny. Beans? Norman, thanks for the beans. You're just Peas? Nice. Thank you for the lurk, Norman. Hell yeah. I'm so glad I could get people to play this game. At least try the game and see if they like it. It's very slow paced, so be warned. That's why I do all the daily stuff. I collect bugs and fish, and then I go to a different game. I'm thinking of doing another build, a house build. Oh, 3-star? Yay, I leveled up my cooking. Hell yeah. New ingredients. Wow, check out this new Marvel universal ingredient. It's true to its name. It's a universal ingredient that substitutes for anything in food recipes. Certain foods like seafood pasta demand particularly specific ingredients. When you need them fast, this universal ingredient saves the day. Leave it to me. I need to level up my bird watching, but bird watching is like my least favorite hobby. It's so boring. Have to add you later. DM me your info. Oh, I'll just pin it in the chat. Sarah's gonna play too. Yay! How do I pin that? Are any mods in chat? Oh, Peas, can you pin that? Do you know how to do that? Yee. It's only 48 hours though. I'm on my phone right now, so I don't think I can. Okay, I'll try to figure it out. Seafood pizza. shit, these are expensive. Oh my god. How many do I need? I guess, no, I don't want to spend my stars. Okay. Pizza! Pasta. Hell yeah, brother. See, I have these quests to teach cats my cat things, but I don't have a cat yet. Angry. I don't have strawberries yet. Can I make tomato sauce? Finally done, geez. I ended up hoovering up to. Was on a roll. Dang. Good job. In all fairness, Black Ops 2 was one of the best ones. Norman, hi! Thank you for the 5 stream streak. Salad. Why am I cooking the salad? That's only 1 star. What was that? 2 star? So if I make 1 recipe enough, I think... Where's my food? Gourmet life. So I can get like... Well, I thought that I could get rewards for getting every star available, but I guess not. Oh, this is really cute. Strawberry jam. How do I get the roll cakes? Oh my god, my dog's in the floor. Please. Blorfus. Blorfus, where are you? Oops. Obtain 30 collectibles with 2 stars or above. I don't understand this quest. Do I have... Nice. Okay. '93 completed. Would it be terrible if I bought a cat just to get these achievements and then sold it? No, I don't want to do that. Oh, I got these cute lights. Aren't they so cute? These are so cute. Oh, that's cute. I feel like I don't have very many craftable items. How do I get a Heartopia? No. So I need ants. Fishing village square. Sunny, rainy. Is it sunny right now? It's cloudy. I want your things in my room. I miss you all the time. Oh, whoa. Hi, shark. We're looking for ants. My camera's all messed up because I tabbed out. Curly hair man option. I could show you all the... I mean... There's like... I can show you all the options there are. 1 second. Because those are like the very basic hairs. You can unlock more. Yeah, there are. Here, let me show you. Yes, you can get purple hair at DG level 10. So, let's see. Oh, this is purple. That's pink. Purple, 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 purple. Or you could do like a gradient. Like a... What do you mean you want purple hair? There's this. Obviously I look very silly with it, but... I want the purple hair. Yeah, there's a bunch of colors. I like my... I like the lighter blonde. Purple hair just makes everything better. You'd like my friend Ren. She has purple hair. She's a purple cat girl. No, don't get in the passenger. I don't want to do bird watching. Bleh. Pop, 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 pop. When does this refresh? 14 hours? It's actually... I can't wait to see what we get next. I'm really excited. I want the fish. No, sir. Wanna be a flame, not anymore. It's your turn. Running the final score. And why do we lie to her so much? I can't decide. Or just to go on and on. All the possibilities. That's what you get when you let your heart win. Whoa. That's what you get when you let your heart win. Whoa. I've drowned out all my sins with the sound of... Oh my god. That's what you get when you let your heart win. Whoa. It's so cute. Everyone's here. That's a really cute outfit. Yay! No! Oh, her backpack's full. That's so sad. Hi, Bormon. They'd understand that everything's meant to be broken. I just want you to know who I am. Thank you for the head pat. I think you can get to like level 6 in one day, and then after that you can level up twice or once per day. If they'd understand. Nothing should be broken. They knew I'd be too great. They knew I was coming and capped leveling. Oh yeah. Honestly, they should make these fishing events, like a higher, like 30 fish. We should be able to catch like 30 fish, not just 20. Because if there's like a whole group like this... Oh, no. Oh god. Oh god. Why did they stop? Just ran him over. You can sit on windowsills. What a vibe. Yeah, you can. It's super cute. This game is so cute. I'm so glad, like, they're constantly adding new things to do. Where's my house? Oh, I went right past it. I finally caught the fish I needed. Crazy how I finished day 14 before day 9. I need to buy another hand. I wanted to buy the kalimba. Oh my god. Get in your car. Once you guys finish the tutorial or are able to look at your so you go to your phone and then you go to your profile picture, you click it, and then copy this code in gaming chat and I'll add you guys. Cute. Shark, do you know how to pin a message if you're still here? Where is my message? I want to pin friend code 1W1G. Yeah. Thanks. Thank you. I made so many new friends. Aww. Oh my god, that's such a cute picture. If you've ever said, I'll do that when hell freezes over, congrats. You're booked for this week. Yeah, we are in hell. So real. What was I gonna buy? Chat, do you remember what I was gonna buy? Oh, a handheld instrument. Annie, I'm gonna give you all my money. Oh my god, Pumpkin! There's bagpipes! Pumpkin, I have to message her. I have to empty my pockets. Did I buy that? Oh, Annie. I need to turn down my music in the background. Oops. Okay. Cute. Oh, she bowed. That's really cute. Bow bow. Bow bow. Wanna redo my house. Oh, music. Oopsie. Myself on the internet just to see what you. I want your things in my room. I miss you all of the time. $20. Oh my god, I have one more level. Just to say JJ, hi! How was your stream?
When my wife tells me she needs to go to work and she can't just stay at home and hold me. So stupid.
Super Mario Raid PG rated R starts Friday. Oh. Okay. Did you win? Did you beat the game? Are you even close to beating the game? Sunny! Hi, Sunny! Hi, Luna! About frost spore infection. That sounds familiar. Now remember, I did hear about something like this back home. If the temperature drops unusually low and you stay out in the cold too long, you might catch frost spore infection. Your skin can get a bit strange too, but the chances are really low, and beyond that, it doesn't seem to do real harm to the creature itself. The main thing is, if I follow Bailey J's approach and put temperature regulators into the water, it might affect other fish. I'll think it over, but I'm a bit busy now. Good, we made some more progress and we'll need to pick up later to deal with 2 more post-game bosses. I already beat the game. Ah, secret boss. I could catch this. Thank you. That wasn't a scenic location. What's a scenic location, chat? The cold disease? Oh, yeah. Don't let your skin turn blue. It won't be for an amazing reason. Blue skin, but I want red skin. Oh? Why are you blue? For an amazing reason. Why so blue? Why so blue, Batman? Is this a scenic location? This is a scenic location. She's blue for an amazing reason. Put your axe away. Oh god, I thought of blue badger and now I don't want to think again. God, not the blue badger. I don't know what that is. Can you explain? Yeah, scenic location unlocked. I don't know if you'd know. But JJ should. Ace Attorney. Ah, Ace Attorney. Yeah, I don't. I've never played. I need to get a snack. Go get a snack. Guys, I made potato soup yesterday and it was so delicious. I want more. 51K. Thank you, redeem codes. Oh, yeah, if you do exclamation point redeem. Thank you for the follow, Luna. Our redeem codes. There's more than that. That's just what I have. The exclamation key makes this Mashy model blush. What? No, it doesn't. That's just how the model looks. Was that a scenic location? It was. Okay. I need one more. Maybe two. You turned more red when you started typing the code. Weird. Thank you for the head pat. Water. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go refill my water bottle. I'll be right back. I'm making piss. Got him all. What happened to me? Oh, what happened to me?
Wow, Mashi.
Please, you did not just see that, Taryn. I'm back in the same room I started in. Oh, there's. Oh no! Someone shitted.
Oh, this puppy comes looking. The rain
Oh my god.
Bucky puppy. I'm not just
That
asking 'cause I'm
was
looking for
the
snacks.
worst
This
thing
is
ever.
important business and you gotta pay the tax.
Healing me in attacker spawn. I can't. You fought well. Reina's behind me. Your duty is not over. Back away.
Kill her! Kill her! Kill her!
Oh my god. Jesus Christ.
Almost got it. What the hell? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm so fucking mad. I'm so mad. I took fall damage and then it's got me. You also have apple? I don't have apple. Oh, I do have apple.
Huh?
More food.
What button?
I'll give you
You're gonna play
5.
Reina?
More
You
food.
want an apple?
More food.
You want
Give me
Dorito?
that food. I did it! I did it! You believed in me. I did it. I am so hyped! Yippee! One more time. Yes, yes, please. Yes, thank you for the yippies. Yippee! There you go. I'm sorry. Can I have a kiss? No. Man, she was hot. I'm sad.
I
I can't get in.
Okay.
I can't get in. I can't get in.
Need my hands free.
I did that.
Someone has to drive, guys.
Please, you have to drive.
Someone has to drive. Wait, who's driving?
We need some tunes.
I need
Hazard
to-
3? How many
Wait a
hazards are
second.
there?
Wait a
5.
second. Wait.
Who are you
Thank
saying
you
that
for doing
to?
that because I'm too fucking stupid. Is that 4?
5.
5! I wasn't even touching buttons.
Your Steve's gonna die. Whoever Steve is right there is dead.
Goodbye, Steve. I'll miss you. It's
That's
Mashy.
my
Mashy, you should
Steve.
move more. Oh, God!
Repo! How was your stream, Pablo? Sugar's sick. Sugar's sick. How was your run of repo? How
order of business. Pick up.
Where's my hoe? There's 2 worms on the beach and I can't. Thank you, Z Shadow, for the follow. Thank you so much. You're mushy.
Yeah.
They like shook the whole screen for a minute.
Did you just do a little RP nod? Like you're proud of yourself? Do not throw. Do not toss. We do not throw coconuts at people.
Aw, just a little.
Not. Yeah, as a treat. You can do it one more time.
As a
It's fine.
treat.
Go ahead.
Alright. Who should I throw it to?
You can do me. You can do me again. I'm good for it.
Okay. It's okay, you have a medic hard hat.
Ah!
Split the room. Hi. My feet are cold. Blanc. Oh, scenic photos actually. Oh! Hi, Joker. Joker, have you been able to log in yet? I'm good. How are you? Joker, Joker, Joker. Good, I logged yesterday for a couple of minutes to do some cooking. Okay, that's good. No, I don't want that. I want this. Where's all the birds? Where's all the birds, chat? Where's all the birds? Why is it invalid? Oh, I'm so fast. Holy heck. Oh my god, look at the otter. I cry every time I see an otter.
Someone got hit in the
Someone
boing
got hit in
lines.
the boing loins.
Hit in the boing lines.
Hit in the boing loins.
Boing lines.
Boing loins.
Boing lines. Somebody got hit in them.
This butterfly really wants to be in my photo. Uh. Oh my, are you serious? Ooh. Oh my god, there's so many. Oops. Oh my. Oops. I'm almost leveled up fully in bird watching. I'm scared. What? It's sunny. Is this a scenic spot? What is this? Trigger 3 bird waves in a single bird watching event. New application. Hello, Diana. Hi, or Dina? Diana? We can be friends. Hello, what were you playing? Hello, Raiders. What were you doing? Were you playing Heartopia? Sonic Red Shoes, thank you for the follow. Caitlin Maddox, thank you for the follow. Hello, hello. I'm Mashy. I'm playing Heartopia. We just did a bird watching event. Hi. How are you? Scenic. I need scenic. Oh, hello. You were playing Heartopia. I'm good. I'm good. I'm just enjoying the game. I'm excited for the meteor shower. Hee hee hee. I'm trying to level up my hobbies. We're working on bird watching, and I don't like the bird watching event very much. Oh my god, I ran over that otter. I didn't almost, I did. Very cozy vibes, yes. What were you working on? What's your favorite hobby? I'm working on a quest to take photos at scenic locations. So I was wondering if it's like every Onsen Mountain, Zephyr Sea. You just did that quest? I have one more, but I can't figure out where to take the picture. I'll figure it out. I surely will. Oh, hello, Albert. Thank you for the head pat. Thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. If you need to raid and run, please do so. Don't let me stop you. Get some rest if you need it. I'm just gonna sell these info cards because I already gave Bailey her info cards of the day. want to keep my bee though. I like the bee. Oh, I got a pink, another. Oh yeah, yeah. I don't want to sell that. But I hope you had a great stream. The chunky bees are so cute. They are. Whoa. 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 What the heck just happened? I'll show you my house. Is that Joker? No, that's Zilla. That's Zilla! Let's go stalk my friend. Whee! Oh, maybe the hot air balloon, I'll take a picture there. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, you have a cape? How'd you get a cape? Oh my god, you gambled. Did you? You got a Zilla movement. This dude forced me into buying a freaking toaster. Huh? Oh yeah. Yeah, he did. Bob. Okay, I'm gonna go to the air balloon. Maybe I can take a scenic photo here. Or the lighthouse. No, that wasn't. Guys, let's stack our cars and get in the hot air balloon. You should always gamble. Bruh. No, you shouldn't. What the heck? Gazing boy. So there's an NPC that appears during the meteor shower or something, and they have cake roll recipes, but I don't know where they are. Yay, I did it. Go to the collector. I was looking for ants and a regular katydid and other bugs to catch. Oh, look at that. Cute. Hidden quest complete. All I have are my cat carrying quests, and I haven't bought a cat yet. Whoa. Okay. Blanc. My car. He's forcing me to buy more things. I'm being scammed. No, you're fine. We want 4 of each. This is cute. Oh, that's expensive. I'll wait. I'll wait on these. I thought there was like a rainbow. Oh, I haven't unlocked it yet. I think I found the gamble. Yeah, probably. I ordered all 8 of my plans, but it's saying I only did 7. Whack. What the heck? That's odd. I don't think I watered any of your plants. I'll show you my house for anyone in chat that wants to see my house. Here's my house. Yay! This is my garden where I grow my tomatoes for my pizza. These are my flowers. Maybe I should rearrange my flowers. What if I did like... like that. Hi, Sugar. Sugar, how are you?
Owie! My chest hurts so bad.
Oh no, not chained together. What is this meteor you speak of? Hold on, let me find a video. Meteor shower event. Okay, let's see. Damn, I didn't want it. The Cape, sad times. I'm sorry. That is sad times. Boots were pretty cool though. Oh yeah. Holy shit. What the heck? Meteors. Okay, let's mark this. Okay. It was so nice seeing you last night. Yeah. Okay, let's mark this together. So and B. Cute backpack. Sorry, I got distracted. No. What? I can't place down any more flowers. Are you kidding me? Oh my. I guess I'll just have to pick these then. Okay, and then I will plant my yellow. Is that if anyone wants to come over and water my flowers, that would be very nice. I would very much appreciate that. Shark. That's red, that's yellow, yellow, red. Okay, 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 okay. Okay. So, where did they say? So, there will be one here. Wait, are you not gonna show? Are you not gonna show? Okay, she said no. Oh, capybara. Okay, so on our map we have the capybara. It's not showing me the capybara, is it? What the heck? There's one here. There's, hello, Floofy Boo, welcome. you guys doing? We're just marking all the meteor shower star shards we can get. Our monkey 3000, hello, hello. Thank you for the raid, guys. Oh, you're cute. You're playing Heartopia 2? I like your display picture.
There.
Overwatch. Hello, I'm Mashi. Welcome. I'm a Golden Retriever variety streamer. I play a lot of cozy games, variety games. I've been playing a crap ton of Heartopia. I am DG level 19? 19. DG level 19. Yeah. In a year? Oh no. Was that... Oh. You're 15? Ah. Yeah. I love this game too. I'm obsessed. This is my house. This is my house. This is my kitchen. We go in here. Here's my bathroom. I finally got the... She grinds the mobile version as well. I do too. Here's my bathtub that I just got today. I was very excited to get it. I got the sink. I got 3 of these, by the way. Not just 1, 3. And I got 2 toilets. I'm not really sure what to do with them. And we go over here. This is like the lounging area. I'm gonna put a pool here once I have a certain type of sink or water thing. And probably some couches and stuff. And then over here is my bedroom. Very cozy. I got my fish tank and my tiny octopus. This is another like little lounging garden area that I'm gonna make. And up here is the living room where I write my books. Oh, my dog just poofed up. What the heck? Why? Blorfus, get out of the shoe thing. Oh my gosh. The dogs are so broken. Yeah, that's my house. I hope you like it. If you need to raid and run, please do so. Get some rest if you need it and rest your eyeballs. Get some water. Oh, speaking of water, I'm very thirsty right now. If anyone wants to add me, my friend code is pinned. My dog likes to hide in the roof. Mine likes to hide in the floor of my kitchen, but not the roof, because I don't have like a regular roof. I'm using stairs as a roof, so they can't really get stuck. But yeah. Thanks. It looks like a Barbie house. I know. Someone said it looked like the Up house. I thought that was cute. We were marking the locations of all the star shard for the meteor shower. So there was one right here. Okay. And then there's one this area. And one here. Okay. I need to move this over. Thank you for the follow, Floofy. Thank you so much. Trying to... Okay, there's one right here. There's going to be one right here. I don't know if there is right now. Once the meteor shower starts, they'll probably appear. I think it's like around 6 or 7 in real time. I don't know though for sure. There's one right here. Okay. 6, 7. Oh, yeah, you get special furniture. Cute. Okay, hold on. Let me... Where is... Look, you get star string light, star lamp. Meteorite bathtub, meteorite toilet. Oh my god, these are so cute. Do you need plants that need watering? I gotta finish this quest and I won't. Yeah, you could just water anything in my... I had no idea about this. Yes, it's today. It's today. Look at all the furniture. Oh, you need 16. Oh my gosh. So this is like a multi... I wonder how many you can get in a night. They seem to disappear after you mine them. Okay, so here, if you want to mark this, if you're in the game, these are all of the locations. So... Wait, why does her map look so different? I'm very confused. Oh yeah, okay, so there's that one. Oh, she rotated it. Why did she rotate it? What, I got ads? No. No. Link the picture. I'm gonna see if I could find a better picture. Sorry. Heartopia meteor shower. There was like a picture. Okay, I'm gonna put this in my Discord. Okay. Da, 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 da. Hold on, chat. I can't see you right now. There's one here. I'm gonna do rocks, I guess. Rocks. Rocks. rock. There's one here. There's one here. 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 There. Here. 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 I got that one. Here. There. There's one like here. And there. Here. Here. Oh, this one is more over, like here. And then there's one gonna be here. And that's it. Yeah. Okay. How do I sell things? Yeah, Albert Jr. Okay, so here, if you want to screenshot this, let me make it bigger. If you want to screenshot that for yourself, let me get out of the way. How do I... You're welcome. So don't forget, like, up here to here to here. So let me know when you're good. Oh, I'm getting kind of hungry. You got it? Okay. Alrighty. Okay. I'll have that saved so if anyone asks or anyone wants it. Okay, we need to plant more things. Sugar, we haven't interacted today. I need to interact with you. Oh, hi! Hello! Yeah, Zill, you can come water my... Wow! She's really leveled up. She can do 6 at a time. Cool! Even if they're watered, you can still... Where did you come from? Heck yeah. I like your sword. Is that a pickaxe? Nice. Thanks. I don't know what it is. It's cool, but I need to... I'm gonna cook. Oh! No, I don't feel like it. The bird watching event sucks. I don't like that one. Oh, and don't forget to do your winter prep quest. Someone should just try to invite me to a bird event. I'm like, no. Yeah, I do not like the bird catching events. Spaghetti. 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 Don't mind the damage. Don't mind the damage. That's for just the dog. The dog likes to chew wood, you know. You know how it be. Oh, yummy. Where is little Blorfist? Probably in the floor. That's my fave place to be. In the floor? Yes. So cozy. I don't know where Blorfist is. Yeah. He hiding. He definitely hiding somewhere. Bye. Ah, it's a Gigi kitty. My cat is here. Hi, Gigi baby. Hi. Oh, come here. It's a Gigi. It's a baby Gigi. Hi. That's me kissing his face. He looks at me so angrily, but I know he loves it deep down. New application for a friend. Who's this? We could be friends. I have so many friends. Yippee! Ah, God. Someone just want to help me cook. I don't have any more of that. Maybe I should make a 4th stove. What? How am I so low on mandarins? I'm right next to them. What are you doing to him? Why are you holding him like that? I already kissed him a lot. He got mad at me. Oh, I shocked him with my lip. You want to heat up some soup? What? That's ice cream from yesterday.
Where was mine?
You didn't ask. You didn't ask. I'm sorry. I should have offered. It was delicious. I'm almost fully leveled up on bird watching, so maybe I should. Oh yeah, I should take a few more pictures. Fine, fine. Even though it's the worst hobby. Where can I find new birds? Island usage application? Huh? They're gonna give me an island? Question mark. Bow wow wow wow. Pet. There should be a button to unstuck the pet, like there is to get you unstuck. Eurasian. Duck. Eurasian. Eurasian nuthatch. Heartopia. We need a Eurasian collared dove. Eurasian golden oriole is home. You can capture it at home. Weird. Eurasian nuthatch fishing village. Daily. Fishing village. I really don't want to participate in the event, but I also need this fish. It's a macaw. I don't want a macaw. I want... Ooh! Happy, hi. I really don't know where this bird is. It says all day, but... A chair just floated past my head in a bubble. Yeah, you have to pop the bubble. Pop it! You get furniture. Alpaca! Sugar, it's you! Fine, don't play with me. Rude. These alpacas are rude. Oh, these are birds. What level am I? Oh, I'm level 2. Okay. So I need to focus on... I need to focus on... ones that I can actually catch. Or photograph. Suburbs. Is that it? Oops. No, that's a dove. I was looking. Oh, look, we leveled up. Let's go. What's next? Well, if my dog would appear, that would be nice. I could train my dog more. But, Blorfus seems to have vanished. There There you are, Blorfus. You were in the bathroom?
I hope you're starving.
What do you mean?
I hope you're starving. That's hot.
Green onions? I'm so sorry. Thank you. Ah! It is hot. He brought me soup, Chad. So sweet. Good job, Blorfus. Good job. Can he get in the car with me? Oh my god! Look! That is so cute! Oh. I need... We're gonna ride into the sunset, Blorfus. Beautiful. Oops. Thank you. I love you. Yum. I freaking love soup. He keeps running away from me. Oh, there he is. Blorfus, come here. Blorfus! He's so freaking fast. Where did he go? He disappeared into the flowers. SMH. Maybe he'll stand more still. We're at home. You're the best. I love you. That's good. Sour cream for my soup. Yeah, I swallowed something wrong. Sugar, 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 sugar. What do you have? Oh, you still have your outfit you're wearing? The Masters in Coal. Oh, they're building? I just realized that. Is this your house? It's so pretty. Or is this his house? I see, I see. Heavy breathing. Oh god, I ran over his flowers. I'm so sorry. I think I am going to take a break for now. Person never adult. I'll just cook. Cook, cook, cook. I'm out of wheat. No. Dang it. Blanc, I need wheat. Oh my god. should just get like the max amount of wheat I can get. Gardening store. Is there a max amount? No, there's not. I'm not gonna get that many. I'll get like 40. Wheat. Always mine these trees, chat. They give you rare timber. Oh, this one's almost ready to be harvested. Or mined. Do I have any space at all? Man. No. Good job. So cute. What can I make? I have no wheat. No wheat. No fish. Have I made this before? My fishing's almost leveled up to 5. Okay, we're gonna stop here. When is Heartopia meteor shower? (6 p.m. global server time). So, is it almost time then? Purple Emperor Butterfly. Flower Field is where you find them. Out of a love for purple, she taught herself light and shadow magic to change the color of its wings. Okay, Flower Field. I'm not too far from the Flower Field. I think it's here. Whale Mountain. Is that one? One. Have I gotten button mushroom? Okay, I have. I wasn't sure if I've ever gotten. Please be a 2. What are you? Pink-necked pigeon. Oh, this is pretty. The pet star is TT and I need her ASAP. Oh no, you can't get a pet right away. You have to wait. I'm so sorry. Let me mute. Okay, I'm done eating. Thank you for the head pet, Shark. Mwah! I sent you both a friend request, Azilla. I had to start it over real quick because I jumped into the EU server. Yeah, you have to. Must find something to snack on. Oh, thank you for adding me. Yeah, you're on global now then? That's good. And you can re-roll your gacha. So if you didn't get something good, you could re-roll again. Yay, we're friends. I still didn't get the cape. Time to start over again. I guess you just have to keep starting over until you get the cape. Whee! We're looking for purple butterflies. We need... Oh, we need more lettuce. And we need a 2-star purple emperor butterfly. The wiki in the game said it's either in the flower field or by the beach whale island. Bee! Now my bee has a partner. Let's go. Another bee? It's my lucky day. You were napping? Did you have a good nap? Yeah, it was needed. I only slept a couple hours last night. Why? I don't know why the fish dude is stalking my property. You have to talk to him. You have to talk to him. He won't go away unless you progress with him. Zill? Hello? welcome in. Thank you for the follow. What? Meadow Lake. There was a lake where you can only get koi. I don't remember where it was. Koi. Am I able to catch one right now? I'll keep fighting the urge to order food. Probably gonna throw in some fish craving cod right now. Huh. It's a very interesting craving. You want some fish and chips, do ya? Why isn't there a puppy? Puppy, 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 puppy. Whatever. What level are these people? I need Steve to show me how to get a butterfly koi. I mean, I guess I could figure it out. Oh, it has to be night at Meadow Lake. Okay. Has to be nighttime. What about a frog? that a black cat? No, it has white. Oh my god, her bow's so cute. Oh, that's Luna. This is Suga's kitty. Why is it? That's very cute. Minimap rotates with camera. This crazy second time row and I still didn't get the cape. It's like this game doesn't want me to be a happy man. It's because you are... It's because the game knows you want it, so it's not gonna give it to you. That's just how gacha works. You say you want something and you never get it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm not too busy. I'm not gonna trying to. This game is so broken. Hi. I can help. What about this one? This one's not cooking anything. Oh! Did he burn it? No! Did he burn it? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Uh-oh. 2 hours for these to finish. Ooh. Okay, bye. I need to redeem codes. Codes. I'm just waiting for meteor. What? Oh, kitty! I love when they appear out of nowhere. Yeah, meteor shower. Furnace. Bubble. The clock says 17. Where'd he go? Oh, where's he going? To get more wheat? He numed away. Oh, truffles? Wait, were you guys making truffle pasta? Mmm. I know you. Did we high five already? I don't remember. Sorry, I knew. He's back! Oh no, he's not back. Just casually using his stove. Yeah. Love Mashi pooping. What? Sorry, Beach. Every time you come in and say something, I'm like zoned in. I'm so sorry. Setting off all the fireworks I had. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Sell them. They're worth a lot of money. Sell them, Arctic. They're worth money. Oh. Oh, it's now! It's now! No, right now! Right now, it's right now! Wait, is this onsen? Yeah. Yeah, they do disappear. Dang. Zilla here. Zilla, turn around. Zilla, turn around. Turn around. Okay, I guess. Stop tracking this, please. How do I stop tracking the feeder? All I saw was right now, Mashi driving away like her life depended on it. I don't know how long we have for this event. My life depends on it. No, don't track that. Bruh. Stop tracking. Okay. I'm not sure where this one is. Can I even get up here? Thank you, Zilla. delete this one and re-mark it. Come on. And then you're going to this one. I don't know. Zilla, step in this. Is it this onsen? Step in this onsen with me. You get an achievement. Yay! We got a badge. Okay. This way. This one. Right here. Was I lied to? Or am I just missing something here? Or we can't. There's no way we can climb this. I thought it would be around here, but I guess there isn't one. The next one is here. I've been bamboozled. Where are they? Down? No. The rendering distance isn't very good in this game. The next one here. Somewhere near the capybara trough. Oh, what's that? I've never seen this cave before. Oh, it's not a cave. Thanks. You're welcome. Hold on, I'm checking my map. Are they like different every time there's a meteor shower or what? I don't know. Let me drive the boat. Drive the boat. I don't know what you're referencing. I'm joking. Oh, okay. Oh, we're not even in onsen anymore. Oh my god. Who's driving this bus? Where else can we look? Wait, who are you? Sugar, did you find any more? Nah. Huh. Weird. Okay. I think we found all that we could. Zilla. Those are cute. Meteorite shower room. Oh my gosh. That's cute. I don't have enough for any of this stuff. Trade the white one for the ones you want. I want all of it. I can get the toilet. I got the string lights. Whoa! Now I'm the passenger princess. He wanted to be passenger princess. No, me. I found one. Purple. We got purple.
Hi.
Hi.
Ma'am, this is a Wendy's.
Man, this is a Wendy's. I think that might be it. Oh, we don't want to go that. We don't want to go that way. I think there's an NPC at town that only appears during meteor showers, so I'm gonna see if they're over there. They won't appear on the map. Actually, we could try that. You can go, but I think it might all be local to you. Let me see. Is there a friend that isn't in the server with me? Oh, their town is full. Arctic. Wait, Arctic, are you in the same server as I am? Your server's full. Okay, I'm gonna log out and then log back in and see if it changes. I don't want to talk about it, but I got the cape. Just don't ask how. You didn't pay for it, did you? Oh no.
Heartopia.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks. I'm sorry it came to this as well. I can make a 4-hour town. The password is Mooshi. MOOSH. No, I'm not gonna make one. I don't want to use my all towns. I'm just gonna go to a random town. These are all so full. I'm sorry, guys. We're not gonna be able to be in the same town. Okay, Doris. Yeah, no. All the stuff you mine are like local to every server. So it won't make a difference if we switch servers. I've arrived from new place. I ran out of bug spray, but I think I've done it. Huh? What did you do? Whoa, that was a big meteor. How do we get pink? There's one there. There's one here. 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 No. Go to this one. What? I'm being lied to. I'm being misled. Did I already get this one? Yeah, I don't know. Image being a stunt driver. Imagine being a stunt driver and not selling a Harley. This Andrew guy sucks. You have to spend $1,500 in the game to get a motorcycle. Just saying. There is a motorcycle in the game, but you have to top up to about 1,500. Jesus Christ. Yeah. So you go to the shop and you go to top purchase, and then you go up here, and then as you can see, the more you pay, the more you get little items. So the max 100,000 purchase points will get you the Star C motorcycle. I only found 2 that we missed. I found 1 that we missed. And I don't think I found the second one. No, maybe I did find... I don't remember. I really want a soda. I want a soda. I'm bad at drinking soda. I drink too much soda. What do we do? So you go to the beginning of the onsen and you talk to a NPC named Doris, and she will exchange, yeah, you can exchange your shards for furniture. My car. My car! It's okay. I think you have to just save what you collect, and then once there's another meteor shower, you keep collecting shards, and eventually you'll be able to buy everything. So I'm gonna put a lock on... Put a lock on my shards. Okay. So on Wednesday, it's gonna rain. And Doris will show up again, and you can buy a roll cake recipe from her. That's worth a lot of money if you sell the cake. Mark your calendars for Wednesday. Where the heck is Albert? I have so much jam I can sell. Maybe I should keep my tomato. want to put my lights up. They're so tiny. They're cute though, but they're tiny. Are you hungry, Blorfus? Oh, that's really cute. They have a little garage. Oh, oh, cute. Cute. Don't mind me. Don't mind me, please. Just, oh, they don't let people use their stuff. That's sad. I was gonna take a bath in her house. That's kind of disappointing that you can't get more than like 10. You can't get, I only have like 5 and 7. The capybara. Oh, what's that? Capybara. Cappy baby. Okay, guys. I think that is everything we were able to do today. Ah! Sorry, something, I felt like I had a, gave me a toilet, big W. Oh yeah, hell yeah. I think the rarest item in the bubbles, the bubbles are weekly, by the way, so once you like collect all the bubbles, I think you have to wait like a week, because Saturday's a weekly reset, and then you'll be able to collect more pink bubbles. But the rarest thing is probably the bathtub. I don't know, it depends on the person, I think. How far forward can I see? Oh, Friday there's another meteor shower. Okay. So they're not like super rare. They happen like every week, it looks like. We got 2 rainbow this week. Wow. These week. I can't speak. Each player can only find 9 meteor shard. Ah, okay. 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 Well, I'm gonna call it there. We did a lot. We accomplished a lot. Do I, or do I want to build a house for you guys? What are we calling it, Mashi? We're calling it done. We're done. I'm done, Shark. I'm out of here. I'm going home. I thought that was my house for a second. Frick you guys, I'm going home. You're expanding your house. Nice. I know, and I don't want to leave you guys. What? ING is corn? I mean OMG. OMG is corn. No, it's wheat. It's wheat. +1 weed. Hi, happy. Oh, let's take a picture. Let's take a picture. I want to take a chance in getting a little closer and maybe get to know her. I know this pretty red girl, always think about her. When she says hi to me, butterfly go right through me. I've got antlers, I do. Shooting stars? Yeah, I'm gonna go take a picture of me with the shooting stars. I wonder if you know. I have the Tokyo Drift song stuck in my head. I wonder if you know. Tokyo. I got 3 people stalking my property. This is starting to get weird. Just say hi to them. Maybe they want to be friends. I had someone drive their car into my house, so that was fun. It's so beautiful. Oops. Let's change our outfit. Dress up, dress up, dress up, dress up. No, sit back down. Why do I gotta talk to this guy about safe driving? Can we run people over? Kind of. Like, you can move them around, but it doesn't hurt them. Cute. Oops. I didn't mean to join that. Oops. Do I have a blue bandage? Blue bandage. Blue bandage. I do. I saw someone have like a like saved outfits, and maybe that's like a thing you get when you level up. Okay, guys. Let's find someone to raid. Find someone to raid. It was nice, just pretty. Yeah, it is pretty. It was nice just hanging out and playing cozy game. I really had fun. And we made new friends, and we leveled up our hobbies. Let's go bother Shadow. You got a toilet! They got a toilet, chat! W in chat for the toilet. Toilet gang. I don't want to leave. I want to keep hanging out with you guys. But I am kind of sleepy. My social battery is kaput. Shadow ending. Shadow better not be ending. No, she's not ending. Raid Shadow Emo Neko. The raid message is hi. Okay. Mwah. Bye bye.